This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Welcome to Market Survey, your weekly guide to the pulse of trade here in Benin City. On this edition of Market Survey, we're taking a closer look to the cost of fresh tomatoes and pepper here in the market. Fresh tomatoes and pepper are among the most consumed food ingredients in Nigeria. From homes to restaurants and food vendors, they're used almost every day. However, the prices of these products often change due to different factors such as planting cost, transportation, weather conditions, and market demand. This market survey examined the journey of fresh tomatoes and pepper from planting to the final market stage, while also explaining the factors that influence their prices. The production process begins at the farm. Farmers first prepare the land by clearing grasses and creating planting beds suitable for tomatoes and pepper cultivation. At this stage, money is spent on land preparation, labor, seeds, fertilizers and pesticides. Improved seeds are often more expensive, but they produce better yield and healthier crops. After planting, farmers regularly water the crops and protect them from pests and diseases. Tomatoes and pepper are delicate crops that require proper care and favorable weather conditions. During this period, farmers spend additional money on irrigation, fertilizers, chemical and labor. If pests, flooding and excessive heat affect the crop, production reduces, leading to lower supply and higher market prices. Tomatoes usually mature within 2 to 3 months, while pepper may take slightly longer depending on the variety. Once the crops are ripe, harvesting begins. Laborers are hired to carefully pick and sort the fresh produce. Farmers then package tomatoes and pepper into baskets, bags, or crates for transportation. Transportation plays a major role in determining market prices. Most tomatoes and pepper sold in urban markets are transported from farming regions to cities. Poor road condition, fuel prices, vehicle maintenance and transportation fees increase the overall cost. Since tomatoes are highly perishable, spoilage during transportation also affects supply and raises prices in the market. At the wholesale market, traders purchase the produce in large quantities from farmers or transporters. Prices at this stage depend on the season, availability, and demand. During the rainy season, tomatoes and pepper may become scarce because heavy rainfall damages farm and affects transportation. This usually leads to higher prices. During harvest period, supply increases, causing price to reduce. Retail sellers then buy smaller quantities from wholesalers and sell directly to consumers in local markets. Retail prices are usually higher because sellers add transportation costs, market taxes, shop rent, and profit margins. In some cases, prices may change daily depending on demand and product freshness.
Survey. On this edition of Market Survey, of course, you're currently in the market to get to know the current price of fresh pepper and tomatoes here in the market. I am Stephanie Notoriwa, and I'm going to be taking you through the market to get to know the new price. Stay tuned.
One way too fine with the band 50, 40, 35. Now 120, 150. 80, the smallest basket, 80,000. Now we take the buy pepper now. They take the bring am. People where they sell pepper, where they bring am come for a village. If they carry am come, also go carry am. They'll go the bag am for inside their shade. Come they sell out for us. You know they let us decide again. 1 naira we know they see for pepper again. Benin people where will see carry am come, they'll see carry am for their hand. Say now 10 I be the people where they sell am for them. Until you hear me, they'll go carry am, they'll carry the pepper, they'll go hide them, they'll go rebag am for inside small bag. They'll come, they sell am 50,000, 40,000, 45,000. You know they let us. Now that kind of market, now we want to live, we not feel live. You not see my attention and pepper not there. Tomatoes it too dear. Everything too dear. Garina don't go up. Rice go up. These tomatoes now with the seller, with the buy at 30,000 before. Now 120,000. With the buy small kodo 26,000, 27,000. That's it's small. When I lay 2 rubber, I did the see for that one. To hear me. Now I lay on sour night with the buy before they don't change them.
So this one where you shade for you. So how much they shade?
As I tell banana now, I've said this one 2,000. This one 1,000. You know see. If they price this one 1,500 now, if you give them, because the money we are taking by too big.
That means 500 and tomatoes not there.
If you want share 500, and this small one now take the share for 500.
Good
morning.
How the market?
We thank God.
Mama, how tomatoes before market? It don't come down.
But we never come down. They buy 90, 100, 120, 70.
What about pepper?
Pepper na that one just worse pass, over worse.
How much are they carrying for basket?
Pepper bag.
Okay, bag.
I know they carry bag nice more they buy. Then they buy 100, 120, some 80 for small bag.
So all this rubber way there, now how much do they shade them?
Rubber tomatoes.
Yes.
Rubber they say 7,000, they say 6,000.
So you know they shade 500 around.
If I see small one, I'll shade 500. 500 go small, 1,000. 500 small one.
So now, if you want me the price of basket for tomatoes come down, like how much if you say me that they sell them?
Like 40, 30.
What about pepper?
Pepper like 40, 50.
So transport now still they affect the price.
It be like so. It go affect on transport to cost.
Yeah.
Where person they go 300 before now, 700, 800. It's just the costs, the transport.
Thank you, Mama. Though, let's see. Mama, how tomatoes before market now?
Tomatoes go now the season when they dear. They don't buy the do and say make it dear or cheap. Now the season get time when they dear, get time when they cheap.
So how much until they carry basket for tomatoes now?
Well, like last week, we carry basket 100, 120, but now we are now buying 60, 55 now.
So that's how we say not they dear like this. How much until they carry the basket?
That way they shorten. Sometimes 25,000, 30. We even buy 15,000. Money for motor they not they see. That time they will all pack and come anyhow. But now, if you look for it now, for the dear. As they see they sell it like this now, only God know whether they see the money. Because as we see they sell for market now, they don't they buy. They say it too dear.
What about fresh pepper? Fresh pepper still join.
Fresh pepper, that one was pass. That one they dear, but I don't they sell pepper. You still go meet people when see they sell pepper.
So these tomatoes now different type and different price.
No, now Zaria. They come from Zaria, Gadawa, Jos.
Okay.
So just now they use a small basket till they bring on. That one they find where they dear. All this are when they see so Nazaria. So that's how it be.
Thank you, Mama.
But the dear when tomato dear, not be anything cost.
Okay.
Tomato get your season.
Okay.
It no be like fuel when no get season. It no be like rice. It no be like other thing. Tomatoes, pepper get their own season. Now the season to dear, now it dear so. Time they come before 93 mustache, you go cheap, reach down. You go come be another normal level. The price go cut down, go low. But not be like other thing when you go dear. To cut that could become problem. Transport go up. People don't for cut that transport no cut that. You go they go up, they go. Tomatoes no be like that. Tomatoes now your season there, so now time to dear now it dear. Because now time to plant. Now we there, so that they plant. This one you they see, so it time they call go break. You no go see them again. After 2 months time, another new set it go come out. When that new set come out, the price go down. As well be tomatoes, you should both pepper. So they don't follow all that taste. Other taste they go up where they refuse to cut that tomato no be like that. You know me say tomato there now because of fuel, no. You know me say tomato there because of rice, no. Now time to plant. When time to plant come, it go be like form of break. They go break. So that time of break, it go there because you know there enough. When the time they plant again, e come out, the price go come down because e don dey enough. Now the tomatoes issue. So it not me because of the other things there. Now make tomato there. Now our own business be that. So now no go follow the way tomato stay there. And as I say, tomato there, they know they fit buy am again. No, where we dey sell am, we know the time of the season. We know the time they there. Every year, you now go mark out from May up. Tomatoes must there because na time of planting. And from August down, tomato go begin dey cut down. Because they don't plant, they don't they harvest. You go cut that till next year again. Now so it be.
Thank you, Mama. Mama, good morning.
My sister, morning.
At the market.
The market day, it dey wella. Pepper matter. No go area o. Money for 1 bag 2 now. How do they buy pepper 1 bag? And so we see am o.
How much for 1 bag?
1 bag now. 140, 150 for big one. Small one 9,500.
What about tomatoes?
No, na pepper I dey sell.
Okay, na pepper.
Na dey
So na pepper na the season now we dey. So I mean, na the season we supposed to dey.
Na the season suppose there. Now we dey so. Maybe by June, July now it go start to dey cheap well.
So when it dey cheap, how much they say they carry bag?
The time when they cheap now, they carry bag 50, 60. That was about January, February. The price is see better pass as it be so. Now so we see the matter.
So if you dey shade now, how much be the lowest so you dey shade?
Now 500 now. 500, not the lowest why the shade.
So this one we mention for rubber, so like how much did they sell now?
This one at 12,000 last for that one.
This one we did it so?
That's what it be now. And this one said, now see you ripe. If you ripe, this one I reach 14,000-15,000.
So like if it's cheap, how much did they sell that one before we made it?
On ripe maybe 7,000, 6,000. Ripe one 8,000, 9,000.
So which time now this price now will take come down now?
Maybe by June, July, you go see better pass as it be so.
Thank you, Mama.
In conclusion, the price of fresh tomatoes and pepper is influenced by several stages, beginning from planting and ending at the market. Cost of farming materials, labor, transportation, weather conditions, spoilage, and market demand all contribute to the final selling price. Understanding these factors help consumers and traders to better understand why prices change frequently in the market. The market survey carried out on fresh tomatoes and peppers shows that the price of tomatoes is currently on the high side because it is not fully in its season. During the survey, many traders explained that the supply of fresh tomatoes coming into the market is lower than usual, which has caused prices to increase. Since tomatoes are highly seasonal crops, their availability changes at different times of the year. At the moment, farmers are producing fewer tomatoes because weather conditions are not favorable for large-scale production. Excessive rainfall, heat, pests, and plant diseases have affected many farms, reducing the quantity harvested. As a result, fewer baskets and crates of tomatoes are supplied to the market daily. When supply becomes low and demand remains high, the market price automatically increases. The survey also revealed that transportation costs are contributing to high price of tomatoes. Most tomatoes sold in urban markets are transported from northern farming regions to cities and local market. Due to the high fuel prices, bad roads, and vehicle maintenance costs, transporters charge more to move the produce. Traders then add these extra costs to the final selling price. During the market inspection, it was noticed that customers still purchase tomatoes regularly despite the increase in price because tomatoes are essential ingredients in many meals. The steady demand keeps the prices high even when consumers complain about the cost. Some buyers now prefer to buy smaller quantity to substitute tomatoes with more pepper or dry alternative to reduce expenses. The survey further showed that traders expect tomatoes prices to reduce once the main harvest season begins and supply increases. During peak seasons, more farmers harvest tomatoes in large quantities, leading to a better supply in the market and lower prices of consumers. The market survey generally confirms that the high price of tomatoes is mainly due to seasonal scarcity, poor weather conditions, transportation expenses, and spoilage during distribution. Since tomatoes are not fully in season, supply remains low while demand continue to rise, resulting in the current increase in market prices.
With that, we've come to the end of today's edition on Market Survey, and we've got to understand that the current price of fresh pepper and tomatoes here in the market is a bit on the high side because it is not in its season. And we also get to understand that most of the prices have been influenced by the hike in transportation and the hike in fuel prices. With that, we've come to the end of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriua, thanking you so much for staying tuned.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Orero, obviously Manazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakbalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom were showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the live studios of Independent Television. It is your favorite weekly current affairs program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Ego Sagbalao, your anchor on the show. I must assure you, as usual, every week we dissect a new topics that are relevant to the development of Nigeria. I have very distinguished personalities with me today. I have Honorable Barrister Ben Omodum. He is a political analyst. He is also the senior special advisor to the Speaker of Edo State. He is a man of integrity that you would like to meet on the program today. Nice to have you, Honorable Omodum.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Okay, we also have in the studio a regular face, but we will not be having you for some time. We're talking about a political and human rights activist, a notary public of Nigeria, and the Edo State Chairman, Nigerian Society of International Law, a chartered arbitrator and mediator, Barrister Patrick Isekwene. Nice to have you on the program today.
Yeah, thank you, and I thank you for inviting me.
Okay. We also have in the studio a man that we respect so much, a clergyman, a man that leads congregations, is a man that is known as a community leader. He's also a man that is into farming, and he loves to, he always wants us to mention that too. He's also somebody that is a human, somebody that contributes to the development of humanity. Join me, welcome Bishop Locke Monabiese.
I'm also welcome also.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
We're having two barristers. They want to transfer one to you. Okay, so the topic for today, we're looking at security. We're looking at politicking. I know that for that of the politicking, a lot is happening in the political space in Nigeria. But don't forget it. They are politicking ahead of 2027. And I think Omodum will tell us more. The kind of faith that politicians have is unprecedented. You know, they can begin to predict ahead of years to come. They know they will get there. You know, politicians are very wonderful people. And but some persons are saying that security could be a deciding factor in all elections, even the 2027 general election. That candidate who is able to provide a blueprint that can really tackle insecurity might just be the man. Now, security worries, security concerns is not only in the north, it's not only in the southwest, southeast, it's not only in the south, but communities. In Edo State, for example, we're having new communities coming up. We have Yowa, we have new communities. Insecurity has permeated these new communities. That's the same scenario around the country. Most of these security concerns are in the communities. Communities yearly for development. Some don't have access roads. And so when there is an attack, it becomes difficult for policemen or security agents to quickly go there. So we're going to look at security concerns, because you cannot be talking about governance, talking about politicking, talking about elections when your home is under attack. So I will just start with Honorable Ben Omodo, who is a seasoned politician. Now, do you think that Nigerian politicians are even thinking of these security concerns? Nigerians are worried. Nigerians are happy with all these attacks here and there.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Security issue has to do with everybody. Whether you are a politician, you are into any form of business.
Okay.
You have the rights to your security, whether anybody likes that or not. But let me make it very clear that the state government, in particular, this current administration, let me add this, because okay, the charity starts at home.
Okay.
Governor Okpobolo has done well in the area of security, because some people will say, why am I saying this? I'm saying this because if you count years back, you will discover that our youths are killing themselves.
In terms of
court war and so many things. You can't even walk at night. Small boy will just tell you, do you know who I am? But try that now. Just threaten anybody. You're going for it.
Yeah, because there's no phone number there.
Yes, now you're going for it. So you see that area, the governor has set up a template. Then if you bring it back home here, where I reside, Oredo, where I reside, the honorable member representing Oredo West, Dr. Richard Edosa, often hold what we call security meeting with this community.
Okay, we'll not allow you to talk about
okay, sorry, sir. I'm just using it as a reference purpose. Okay. I'm just making a reference to him. Now, you see that if you go all out to that area, you will discover that because of that security summit that particular honorable holds with his constituents, he has been able to bring in at least some sense of security in those areas. Then, having said that, I believe that politics, every politician is thinking in line to see that our environment is secure. Because if the environment is not secure, who are you going to rule? Who are you going to campaign to? You need a secured environment. You need a secured environment. And I believe that the 2027, just like what you said,
yeah,
the deciding factor will be security. Everybody who wants to come on board must be able to tell us how and when, how. And I believe that this current administration has been able to do so. And I also believe that by the grace of God, yeah, we are getting there. We'll soon get there, because security is not something you can just tackle in a day. He goes with time, it clears up. But we also as citizens, we have a responsibility. We do have a responsibility, because if I see this my brother doing wrong thing, I should be able to inform the authority. But because it's my brother, I will not. I'm also a beneficiary of what he's doing. I will not say anything until one day maybe the law caught up with him. We'll say, "Now log na bad na catch on now." But the truth is that I knew from the beginning, I failed to do the right thing. So every one of us must have this in the back of our mind, that it is the security matter is not only meant for government alone. Every one of us is involved. We are all involved. So we must be able to protect our environment first. Before we start throwing finger, the president did not do this, the security agent did not do this one did not do that, this one did not do that. We must be able to do so first.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks. That's Honorable Ben Omodo. He's a politician, and he's just told us that politicians really are also worried, because they believe that they cannot politic in an environment that is not safe. But there's one issue that you didn't comment on. You just quickly comment on that before I allow my other guests to comment. Why is that politicians have so much faith? They'll be projecting that they will become governor, they will become president. It's also number of years. Why do they have that kind of faith and belief? Because you are a politician. I want you to give us the mind of a politician, how they think.
Sometimes, let me say that we are miracle workers. Why did I say we are miracle workers? Is that we have the ability to think ahead. Because you must be able to look at the future today and you work it out. If you are a strategic thinker, you should be able to have a good plan to think ahead. And the only thing I don't agree with is when maybe you are thinking ahead, it didn't fall the way you think, you start resolving to violence. That is where I have a challenge with.
Okay.
But as far as I'm concerned, we are, like I said earlier, in code, we are miracle workers. So that
you explain that one more. Thank God we have a man of God, a clergyman, and Ms. who will tell us the kind of faith, whether your faith is real from the because I'm all amazed when a politician will tell you in 5 years' time I will be governor, I will be this, and you know, as if they are God, as if they own their life, as if they own, you know, the future. Okay, we have Mr. Patrick Isekwene with us. Looking at what is happening security-wise, do you think our politicians are really ready?
Well, I can say without fear of favor or intimidation, they are ready. The issue of security, I have a contrary view. Not the deciding factor of who the president of the Republic of Nigeria of this country. Okay. No, anybody that tells you that is a dreamer. It's not serious.
How do you mean?
Yes, I have to tell you.
Because there's no security in Nigeria.
Yes. I'm not saying there's no security in Nigeria. I'm not saying that there is. But what I'm trying to say is that whoever tells you that is there what I might call abysmal ignorance. Of course it is. Because the issue of security is a serious business. It's a serious matter. And if you check the issue of security, you know, it's a global problem. It's a global one. It's not just Nigeria. You have terrorism everywhere. These are militaries. One of them is coordinated. And the ISIS have boasted to eliminate the Christians in Nigeria. And you saw what the committee was set up by America, the lawmaking body there, to look at the issue.
Let's look at internal security.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming down. I'm bringing it. I'll come down. I'm trying to draw link to what I'm just saying. Okay. It's not a joke. Because Nigeria is a state. It's a issue of Nigeria. I'm talking about Nigeria now. Yes. And it's not what I'm talking about. Yes. The president has them to Trump. The committee just indicted some persons in Nigeria that the military and the police collide with these militaries. Some persons, yes. Yes. In the issue of terrorism, fighting crime. So those are the bad eggs that must be fished out. In fighting security issue. That's why I said nobody can be trusted, not even you. I don't know where you belong. When Bullock was there, he said, even some of my members are members of Boko Haram. He said it. And they were just indicted there. It's not a joking matter. That's why this man ISIS was just killed. He said it's only command based on Trump action over Nigeria issue. So it's cut off. Nobody just sit down and tell you to come and do. The president and cabinet is a strategy chief, sack them and bring back. What is that? Even a general, a military general, try separate. Well, it's not as easy as that. When you are there, you know what is involved by talking. So you think it's easy to decide
a politician that does not have a blueprint on tackling security? You think Nigerians will even look the way of that?
Yeah, because they have not been. They are not a blueprint. Which blueprint? We're talking about practical terms. When you are there, you see a different ball game entirely. It's not what you are talking. Because we have to learn. This war killing moving. There are some who sponsor the work of some state terrorism. Some states have been sponsored. These are high profile, well equipped, attacked and get what they want. It's not. They don't fight with gun. Nobody can boast like attack security. That's why the federal government, they fight hard to make sure they contain them. Even have to appeal to America to assist them. It's not a joke. That you don't be there, you say you do this, you do this, you do this. You're like a child. Say if I'm big, I can buy, I will do this. That's like just you are a baby. Come in there, it's a zero. What I said to say is that you cannot trust anybody. Like what's about Bin Laden? Are you aware they killed him? When America was paying so much money to get him. To get him. If the poor pay money to anyone who hid him, they collect money from America and use it for some ability to take care of him. You don't trust anybody. That's the truth. So all these people you are saying, don't trust them. You have some saboteur. So not easy thing you just say, I get into power, I start to outside. Security is everybody's business. When you are doing your best, involve all you can. Tinubu just set up, I was not about last, it's about a week now, we just had for the first time on the Secretary of Armland, yes, advisor, to coordinate along with the national security advisor. This is idea. So
it's not only Ribadu that has the power now.
No, yes, not. So you have to keep on building. You have to keep on building. Anybody that will stay in South, if I come down perform miracle, he don't know what he's talking. And the matter fighting security is not as easy as that. In the state here, let's go to the state now. The government tries so much. The first security meeting I attended, and that's what happened in the government house. Okay. I can give the government clap. I can beat my hand any clap for him. He has tried. That I see of courtesy. So many things are going to play. Once you are, they video you. No? And once you confess, just saying they bring that you're building. It's a deterrent. And it's not a joking matter. That's what judiciary is solely behind him in the show of the way they fight courtesy. It's not a joking matter. These are practical attempts. He has tried. So many he has tried as scans. Sometimes you have to lead the demolition by himself. So it's no joke. So he's trying to touch anybody. Even high profile, whatever, trying to do anything to. I don't want to mention him. Yes. There's one hotel you almost brought down. Here almost fall. But after much, we don't know what happened again. So the government is out and this place. How many times this came up, they presented a vehicle to the police?
Yes.
Yes. Well equipped for the police. That is why the only way I can blame the president, that but as I can, it's like somebody boasting now that if I come into a remove subsidy. Who tells you that you remove subsidy? That means they should not give Nigeria to a rule that they don't know where you are. If you remove subsidy today, Nigeria will collapse. Well, they don't have money to finance their project. What the state project, the federal project, know how much involved.
Okay, thank you, Vice President.
So what I'm trying to say, it should not be a determining factor. There's if but they have not been there. When you get there, we tell you, I don't know, this is
okay, we'll come back to let's get the opening remark of Bishop Lucky Omonabiesi, looking at insecurity and politicking. Do you think insecurity, any politician that can really tell us how to tackle insecurity might just get the nod of the people?
Well, thank you. I was saying, okay, any politician that can give us some, let me say 50% blueprint that can give Nigeria 50% relax so that they can sleep at least will be having some upper hand against the opponent. We are starting at Via Northeast, at Yowa. You see, as last time I saw some disturbing video, how they broke into, they knocked the person's house, and the person thought it was they didn't even open his gate. They jumped inside, used God to open the door, carried the woman, took her away with our 2 children. Then later released the 2 children after press or ransom and killed the woman. And I started making live video or before contact some people, before later I know the police, the ECP itself, one of them came to the bush and started looking for it. Till now we have not seen the dead body of that woman. Because this security in this aspect, like in Yowa, all those villages, is very tight. It's very worse. It's a worst one because why? No electricity, no good road, and the people in that place are not sensitized. And we that happen to have little knowledge of it, we are the one organizing with the state vigilante to make sure we're able to put our put together and do it right. Then anybody that can come and bring the support, I'm talking about government support, we as landlady will start this journey. This is your support to help us to boost it where the people in that locality will follow that person. That the that we just that they know before, who have been that government, who have not come to rule for them, who do not care that they exist, there will be problem. Because if a city councillor, a city as assembly now in my area, who are not even able to visit us upon the battle we are seeing in that area, and you come to yourself and tell us you are going to give us whatever. No, we have told that point area that no more rice, no more quality of rice or anything for anybody. we are ready to make sure what is paining or what is biting or deal with it. Give us support, give us everything. We will do it by ourselves. You just give us support. We need your support. If you cannot do that, then you will not see any vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, you've seen that my guests, they are all expressing mixed opinions on the program. That's the way it is. You know, insecurity is a monster, and so many Nigerians are very uncomfortable with the situation. But we'll talk more on this very bedeviling situation after this break. Okay, nice to have you back on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Egosa Agbolao. I have with me Bishop Loke Omonabiese. I also have Barrister Patrick Isekwene, and of course Honorable Ben Omodo. Why we took that break behind the scene, Honorable Ben Omodo was just advising Bishop Loke Omonabiese that even at Iyora, or some of these communities are having these very biting security lapses, that they can look for the representative in that particular area, maybe in the Edo State Assembly or whatever, that they can work with, you know, to actually tackle the problem. These are localized problems, but we know that the state government will also do something, because when we hear things like this, you know, insecurity, where landlords are now running away from their houses and becoming tenants, is very disturbing. Okay, Ben, now this is a monster. Insecurity is a monster. Though, as Patrick says, is not peculiar to Nigeria. But we've seen, we have videos on social media, different communities, one insecurity problem, one security lapses, one problem or the other, and people are unhappy. So what do you think is the way forward?
Well, like I said earlier, the way forward is let every one of us be well informed, because if you are not informed, you'll be deformed. If you don't get involved, you never know what is coming next. So my simple advice is very clear, that both the political class and we on the other side, we need to work together. There must be a synergy between every partner. The landlord that is renting his or her house out must be able to profile his or her tenants. In order to West here, somebody did that. He was able to go down to the community and say, let me meet with the landlords and landladies. Profile who is living in your house, so that we know where the problem is coming from. We provide them street lights, power bikes for security issue. Get me involved. If you need finance, get me involved. This is how it's supposed to be. You don't just sit down, you complain. Let us, every one of us, engage our representative. Because from the councillors to the local government chairman to the House of Assembly members, the National Assembly members, let's engage them. The ones that are closer to us here, let's engage them. Because I don't want a situation whereby one day we wake up, everybody will say, my roof don't run come off from my house. You get the point. Yes, sir. We must be able to sit down to discuss. And let me also tell you, like what I said earlier, I have not stood my ground, Mr. Agbolao. Sometimes my friend is involved. Because it's my friend, I'm benefiting from that thing. I will refuse, deliberately refuse to say the truth, because I am benefiting from it. These are the things that we must first contextualize ourselves, ask ourselves the truth. Is Barrister Patrick ready? Is Benedict ready? If I'm ready, I should be able to say the truth. If my friend is involved, friend, this thing you do, this thing you are doing is bad. If he refused to take my advice, I should be able to report to the authority. The authority don't need my name. There are places you drop information, and the information will go in, and they will get you arrested and prosecuted. We need to clean our environment. My simple advice is that please, let every one of us, both the religious leaders, you see another problem challenge you may have here, is the religion leaders. Sometimes, because it's my church member or it's my faith, somebody in my faith, we shield that truth. We don't want to talk about it. Don't even go there. We should be able to say things the way they are, even inside the church. The pastors, the imam, every one of us will speak the truth to the people. Educate them. The church is like a school, not just preaching for offering and tithe. Let's educate our people on security matters. Even politics. In those days, they tell us you don't go into politics. That is a sin for a Christian to play politics.
There's a dirty game.
And today, we are all lining up, inviting them to come to our Thanksgiving. Why would you invite somebody that is dirty to come and give you offering?
That is old school.
Old school, but this is the reality on ground.
Because we had a clergyman on this program who said he told his members that they must all join different political parties.
Yes, some of them are still doing that. You get the point. We have to be involved. When you are in the system will have no choice than to fix itself, because the right people are inside the system. You cannot be talking from outside and say, go and change this situation, go and change this. Every one of us must be involved. And that is my point.
Thank you very much. Mr. Patrick Sekwene, this monster must be tackled. Monster of insecurity. It's actually crippling the economy. Many persons are afraid to invest in Nigeria. They are afraid to invest in Edo State. They are afraid to invest in Lagos. They are afraid to invest in states in the southwest. They are afraid to invest in the states in the north. Insecurity is a monster that must be tackled.
Yeah, well, our constitutions are grand known. It's clear on that. It's not a thing we just say. We are just saying for saying sake. It's there. There's a constitutional backing. Section 14 of our constitution grand known made it clear that the primary duty of a government is for the security and welfare of the people. If you are not taking care of security, welfare, hunger, then you are not business being in government. So it's not a thing that government can toy with. It's constitutional provision I just cited. It's there.
Of course.
So yes, you must, as a government, take it serious. Don't treat it with levity. Such issue, you must take it serious. So what I'm trying to say is that government should make everything possible. They can create different vigilante groups. Also encourage local government to have their own vigilante group. Then the community too, to have their own. All these things we assist in curbing crime to never minimum, criminality to the nearest minimum. Yeah. Then spend money. Like I said, the government also try when it gives vehicle to tackle security.
But those vehicles, are they being monitored? After the governor has given vehicles to different security agencies, are the vehicles monitored? The usage of such vehicles?
No, there's so-called Nemo did that in Kasaswa. You cannot give what you don't have.
Exactly.
If I give you a car, and that's you, I don't give you this car as a gift as you do, and it consumes fuel of 200,000 every day. Can you afford it? And your for maintenance for your ITV is just all you have a day is just 10,000. You see, I'm going to come and maintain you for you. How much do you think control police gets? All people like only to maintain vehicle. It's not possible. that can't be suffered. There are times you have to raise money. Go to checking point to look for whoever is in trouble.
No, that's a very serious allegation.
No, what I mean is police also go.
Police mount checkpoints to ensure that there's security.
Yes, sir. I'm not aware of any other thing. There they tell you can also assist them that we find this vehicle low. Out of your own good, we can, as a good Nigerian now, because security is everybody's a business, we are stakeholder. You see, people are stakeholder.
Of course, you have to assist them.
If you have 10 liters, you give them. It's not about
yeah, of course.
I'm not telling you. That is not a crime. So what I'm trying to say is that how much does the commissioner of police get as an impress to run his office? If the commissioner of police gets 1 million, and to run issue of this fuel is about 10 million. What do you want to do? The vehicle will suffer. That doesn't matter. Myself sitting here, if I don't spend a day in a month for fuel, it's not less than 400,000. If my salary is 70,000 in a month, my car will suffer. No, I'm not giving an instance. So you cannot give out what you don't have. So don't blame the police. Whatever you see the car, you manage it like that because it's a gift. So the way you go about it is left for you.
Okay, thank you, Second. We'll come back to you. Bishop Lucky,
yes, sir.
The way forward. Now, I know that we cannot exhaust it, but let's talk about it. Insecurity is a problem. What do you think can be done, especially in the different communities?
Now, number one, the government to engage the people that call themselves Okaigilis and the Odionwiles in those communities. They need to be involved. Like we are living in Yoga, we the people are the one and organize everything. But the one putting money from our pockets, struggling to make sure it work.
Than to do vigilante.
Yeah, we don't even know our counselor. We have not seen the man face to face. We don't even know where he is. He comes in the afternoon, disappears after 1 hour. Then now he are giving me blueprint saying we should look for the man. Yeah, I'm also going to tell people we have to put people on ground.
Yeah, that is one of the benefits of this program now. Any just say should look for them.
Anytime the man blizzard, we have to block the road. Oga, come. You cannot be enjoying AC and we are sleeping well. Then you say, no, after they engage on this thing, the government should give them bikes, give them money to buy fuel.
Okay, thank you, Bishop Lucky. What a delight to have you on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. I'm grateful to our viewer out there for spending their 60 minutes with us, or part of their 60 minutes with us, and of course my wonderful guest here. Before the break, Bishop Lucky Omonabia advised government to support community leaders in tackling insecurity. He mentioned specifically, and I need to reiterate on this program, the youth leaders in the various communities are referred to as Okayele, and the community leaders are referred to as Odionwe. He said that these persons, government must liaise with them. Government must develop a system where they can function, where they can fit in and help government tackle insecurity in the various communities. Bishop Lucky Omonabia, maybe you have more to add to that before my other guests. Yes.
You see, without these people are not involved, yes, you can't overcome security in that community, because they know the terrain and look at the community. They understand it more than any other person. If you build the house in Okuna, for example, community, you are not an DG. The DG knows everywhere. You are just a man who bought a land and built a house. Then, by the time these people are not involved, and there's a terrorist attack in the community, they will fold their hands, and the people who bought the land are living there will now be fighting the battle. Like where I live now, I told a street in my area where they killed a woman, about 10 houses now, they put for sale, and people park out and become tenant. Because it's a serious matter. Because the community leader is not, he's not concerned, because he's not interested, because the government is not carrying him along. And the man they call our councillor there, that guy will bring this sometime on Monday the afternoon, he will disappear anywhere past. But now thank God for this honorable. Now I need to tell my people that there's a new development. Anytime you have to put people on ground, anytime that guy brings it, you have to block him.
No, he's not saying you should hold him hostage. No, he said that you need to hold meeting with him.
Listen to me. Yes. You see, when you have a person who's supposed to be doing the right thing and he became stubborn, he refused to do the right thing, so then you have to use some action that will make you understand that he was sent there for a purpose, so that he will now understand that where he left, where he come to collect vote, the people are dying. People in the grave will not vote for him. Okay, last week when I sent you that video, my family came to stay in church with me because it was so hot. They came to church. People came to my church and stay because they are nowhere to say. I have to harbor them for that period before the politics died down, before they now went back to their houses. If the councillor in charge of that area was able to be reached, he could have come also do his job. But because the way he moved himself like spirit, come in and disappear, then if we are able to get his calculation how he moves, they will not say, okay, please sir, you are our councillor, this is what we are facing, this is what we want. Maybe after many talk, he will respond. This is all kind of gentleman talk. You can't expect a man that loses his brother and his brother should be smiling when you are talking. Then that is why we have to take some action to get him responsible for why we send it there. God bless you.
I hope Ben's advice will be taken in the positive way. Because people are watching this program. Leaders must be held accountable. We can't rule that out. Leaders must be held accountable. When politicians ask for votes, they should be ready to serve. We've seen, though this program is actually centered around the issues about Nigeria, but sometimes we need to also learn what's happening outside Nigeria. Politicians outside Nigeria in some countries, they are not looking at what they can benefit. They are looking for opportunity to serve the people. And I'm going to start from Ben, Honorable Ben Omodo. Now, politicking. We've established now that insecurity is a problem. Though Barrister Patrick Sekwene says it's not a determining factor, but you said it's a determining factor. Bishop Lucky Omonabia said it's also an important factor, if not 100%, 50%. Please. That they need politicians who will come out with a blueprint to tackle insecurity so that people can sleep with their two eyes closed. Now I come to you now, or I ask you rather, Honorable Ben Omodo. Now, our politicians. Now, don't you think they should be thinking of how to develop a blueprint, a workable document that can tackle insecurity?
Like I said earlier, strategic thinking will help every good thinking politician. I always make reference to Oredo West. It was a strategic thinking engagement, political engagement with the communities, leaders, landlords, even the woman selling right there in the street. Engagement. That engagement will give you an insight, will give you an in-depth knowledge of what is happening in your environment. When he did that, he was able to understand that there are some streets that are very dangerous that need street lights. He provided the street lights, even across board. When he did that...
So you are not saying, because I don't want you to just center on a particular word. Or
I'm just making sure that the reference.
Are you saying that leaders
should have political engagement? Should engage.
What the people really need in terms of tackling insecurity. That is the point you're trying to make.
That is what I'm trying to say, that when you engage with the people, see, just like we say politics is local, crime is also local. Whether we like it or not, it does not fall from the sky. Somebody from the community will sit down and think how to perpetuate evil. So somebody from that community must also sit down to think how to tackle that issue. That's why we have representative as a politician. I believe that when we engage our people, we don't run away from them. We don't just come to seek for votes. When we sit down with them, totally, we'll collect these things. And please, not just because you want to collect it and make some cheap political noise. We should be able to tell the people, this is what we can do. Okay, you are asking for 10. I can do 5. We bring in this 5 and see if that thing will not reduce. It will reduce to a barest minimum. And then people will be able to go to their business without being harassed from any angle. Just like what the bishop says about the Okaigile and others. Let me tell you, most of them, there's no, if any Okaigile comes here to tell you that he's not involved in any government, let me tell you the truth, that person is lying. I'm just telling you the truth. Because they are all engaged, they are all being carried along when it comes to their community. It's just that when a man takes up an office, sometimes we don't want to take responsibility of anything. But we should be able to be responsible enough to take responsibility of our actions, even the office we sit on. So as a politician, I appeal to every one of us, both the community leaders and also as a politician, we need to engage. We need to have political dialogue on security matters and any other matters thereto, so that we can bring our environment or give our environment that peace that we need.
Thank you very much. Okay, Barrister Patrick Sekwene. Now let's look at politicking now. We are seeing it's no longer just about defection. Though defection is still going on. We've seen that most politicians, once they lose primaries, the next announcement is that they have resigned from that party. They move to the next party. Is this healthy for our democracy, this kind of movement? And now we've seen even Peter Obi now and Kwankwaso, they've left ADC for the NDC. Their primaries will soon be held. Haji Atiku Abubakar has won the presidential primaries of the ADC. President Tinubu of the APC has also won. Now, just look at politics generally.
Yes, well, I think it's normal.
Okay.
It's normal. See, you have a freedom of association to any of your choice. Okay. The law allows that. You can join in on of your choice. There are several political parties. Can only be coerced to remain in one. But let me tell you, all these politicians, they only have alternative. Even before they move to that party, they only have alternative. They're not just taking decision. It's not overtaking. It's not at that moment.
So they plan it ahead.
No.
Then they win. If they have won, they will remain.
No, I told them, even let's take at the ADC. I told somebody some months ago, 5 months. I thought I posted on the let it. They said no, they won't divide. They have to unite, fight Nigeria. I said this people, we unite. Let them go with primary. You don't know whether you're united or not. I said, this one is genuine. They're going to fight it. This is, I said, primary will come. Article, you tell Article to leave Obi, Obi to leave Article Popazo. After that, they will tell you, no, we're going to win, we're running around him, we support him, we'll be with him. It doesn't matter. We have other project. Today, now, where are they? Article now is on his own now. I bet you I'm just. Where are they? When you take over Israel, so they have their plan already. That's the politics. What tells you that no, will make. Once they don't get it, bye bye. They are through that project.
We see what happened there. Tamu Agege as the
this is a man that was holding the key of the APC.
In Delta State.
If the man was very but today it's laughable. They only have alternative. So it's not that day, not that time. We even issue a defense among office holders. So we won't violate it. Because like if you want to defect, they are subjected to a lot of change.
A lot of change.
Most majority, if there is a division, that problem correct. Particular one that will receive everyone. Yes. Not just one. Before it's a light defect, honestly, release just it. For they will just create one problem. You know, it's a drama. Not right. Let's succeed. That is circumvent laws. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So that politician, they will tell you, they will post with their life. We will support him. Our money, finance, at least we won't leave you.
But is this not good for democracy? Now we have multi-party system. Before now they were accusing President Tinubu that he wants to create one party. Now we have several parties that are working, that are politicking.
You don't need to have several parties. It doesn't work. There's no need. All Nigeria need is just two parties. No need. And then you are here, you're here. You can have 40, they don't have.
Are you talking of what IBBG?
Yes.
SDP and NRC?
Let's see. All these politicians, they are not here or here.
When you say
they
don't
yes.
Are you saying they don't have ideology?
That is why you see, excuse me.
Yes. No, are you saying they don't have ideology? I want you to answer
that. Ideology does not work in Nigeria. Forget it. Ideology does not have in Nigeria. Forget it. Ideology. A common man, a young man in the street. I talking about ideology. It's what you can offer. I talking about ideology. It's the civilized country like America where economics are very sound, good. With the hardship, the economic strength here, where they will command poverty as a weapon. You are telling me which ideology? The ideology is like which political party you see from. What are your files? That's what they know. That is the ideology. Ordinary in the civilized world, yes, ideology that will make me make up mind for you to decide where I will vote. But here, not ideology. Is here a lot of things. Ethnicity, religion. These are controlling factors, not ideology. Your ideology might be not coming to US. They don't give a they don't know what you're talking about. It's either it's my program, my religious, or my tribe. That's how it is. And just this election, I'm just talking off record. I've told them before, I've told some person before, 6 months ago. That's why I say I prefer two-party system. No need to disturb ourselves. Because if you now lose, now you're going to that one, no other party for you again. That now we can move the way you want it. It's better. I know some persons, some months ago, that this election is for 2 persons. You are going to see the election. The rest, they don't exist in the paper. Not practical. Only 2 parties. One person goes for the north, and one of the America is going to be not a candidate. You don't forget it. They don't like for the south. I know they go back. I watch the 2 of them.
Okay, we'll come back to you.
Yes. Not just in 40 parties. They don't believe in it too.
Okay, we'll come back to you guys.
I'm not giving you
okay
to defend from one party to the other. Okay,
for now, we have multi-party system.
Yes.
Bishop Lucky.
Yes, sir.
Now, you are a religious leader. You are a leader of men and women. Now, looking at the way our politicians move from one party to the other, once they lose primaries in this party, no matter the years they've spent there, they move immediately to another party. Are you comfortable with this development?
Well, as for me, I'll tell you no. You see, that is the reason why today Nigeria is not moving forward. Because the reason why they are there is just for their personal interest. If it's not working in my direction, I walk away. Then I don't care what happened to the people, even though that's why when they are in holding office, most of them don't actually do what they promise in their campaign, because they know that if by the time you are trying to hold them responsible, they can go to one party that will accept them and start to do this negative. Then I support the idea of the barrister. If we have 2-party system, and another law hold that if you are if you won election in this party, you must stay in the party and complete your term. Then so that the people that voted for you can hold you responsible for accountability for everything you promised them and your campaign promises. But because there are multiple parties, people don't enter position, choose party A platform to become House of Rep. By the time the community and the discussion say, Honorable sir, the police of borehole, we need to give us our borehole. You will go provoke and go to another party and now become on the kind of other party and start telling that you see, I am not going with your party, you can't hold me responsible for what I say. Because they are now using our head to play game and weaponize poverty to deal with all. And when they come back after 4 years, you see they work for that man in the street that they are making to suffer poverty and give it 10,000 naira. And because the man is hungry, he want to survive, he start survive, he will collect the money and still sell his conscience, know that he's going to survive for another 4 years. Because that is the calculation. If there's a law that they can pass that any person that enter a party A platform, you must finish your tenure in that platform. I tell you, Ohusa, you see all this running up and down with stuff, they will now have a better Nigeria, a better future.
Thank you very much, Bishop Lokia. When obviously you can get it clearly. Like he's not a politician, so he's talking as a true Nigerian. Well, the program is still on 60 Minutes Nigeria. We'll take a break now and we'll discuss further. Okay, so it's a delight to have you back after the break. Like we said, politicking is on. Primaries, we've seen that of APC, Mr. President. Ahmed Tinubu is still the presidential candidate of the APC, the ruling party. Atiku Abubakar, a former vice president, aspiring to be president, is now the presidential candidate of the ADC. Well, other political parties also have their presidential candidates. Some parties are even coming together to project one presidential candidate. That's to tell you that Mr. Tinubu must do everything possible to actually hold on to his office, because many people are aspiring to take that office. But that's healthy in democracy. If the people want you, they vote for you. If they don't want you, they vote you out. So you have 4 years to right your wrongs, to do what is right so that people can admire you and keep you in office. Well, we have a politician in our midst. I know that you belong to the APC. But let's talk generally now. Let's talk generally. Are you comfortable with all these defections?
You see, it's a normal thing because the law is very clear.
Okay.
Freedom of association.
Okay.
And if I'm not comfortable sitting with Barrister Patrick, I should be able to leave. But there must be a reason that must be backed by the law to do so. Now, some of them also move because they feel that they can go to one party or wherever they want to go and become the champion over there after they have failed woefully the way they are.
Yeah.
If you look at these primaries that just ended in other political parties, you see that most of the people that defected, they are now defecting from one party or the other, are people, some of them are very desperate for power and they don't have anything to offer. Some of them were given the opportunity during the glory of 2023 election to go for the House of Rep, Senate, and they failed woefully. They could not bring in any development in their area. And such person now wants to come back. Since the party A did not give him ticket, he will look for the lesser party where his money and muscle can muzzle them and he will become the landlord in that place. Let me tell you, I am not comfortable about people moving from one party to the other. I believe that if I must move from party A to B, there must be a genuine reason. And that reason should be all about going there to have a proper negotiation to bring development to my people. My people matters. They come first.
If you ask the people defecting, I will tell you that's the reason they are defecting.
Some of them we know. Whenever they are speaking the language, we already understand this one is going this way is going to. Because you see some of them now, just like what with the reference we gave just now, somebody just resigned. Why did he not resign before the primaries? That's the question we should ask. Why did he not resign before the primaries and go and test his strength elsewhere? Because he knew from the beginning that he would lose this primary. So he has already made an alternative plan ahead of him. So the truth of the matter is that we shouldn't deceive ourselves. Politicians as we are, some of us have good thinking, while some of us are just there for to get the benefit of the office, enjoy the benefit of the office, whether somebody is dying on the street or somebody is not dying, it's none of their business. That's what I said. Until the followers engage every single representative in their communities, that's when everybody else will open that. If I go to that office, I should be able to come back home with the result. If not so, I know we'll see road enter my house.
Thank you. Your closing remark, just a quick one.
Well, the issue of security will discuss. It's a very vital one. Like I've started it part of the Constitution, and at the base of our Constitution, it made it clear, last Section 14, that Nigeria shall be a country based on democracy and social justice. This is the foundation of Nigeria. So everybody should support it. The government should do everything possible. Support the masses in any way you can by good policies that they can benefit from. So if they are beneficiaries of these policies, I believe in any election, they will vote according to their conscience. They will not vote by selling their vote by collecting money. They do this because they are not satisfied with the former government. They feel that this opportunity. Let me have this as my own benefit. So I call the government, both or the federal and states, to take the welfare of their citizens as guaranteed by the Constitution.
Thank you very much. Bishop Lonkem, on address your closing remarks.
Well, on my advice that the government should understand that Nigeria, we are not lazy.
Okay.
And this thing, we are not lazy. They should just give us a labor environment that we can survive ourselves. Drive this best out of the bush, we go to farm and make our family and eat, make our food. Then give us little support, we can do well. Because Nigeria, we are not lazy.
Thank you very much. Well, that's the program. I must once again commend Honorable Ben Omodon. Thanks for your time and your comments. And Barrister Patrick Isekwene, thank you very much for your comments and your time. And of course, Bishop Lonkem Onabia say thank you very much for your comments and for your time. The program is 60 Minutes Nigeria. If you enjoyed this week's edition of the program, by the grace of God, keep a date with me. Next Thursday, same time, same station, we'll be looking at another topic with a different set of guests. Until then, have a wonderful weekend ahead. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Many thanks for keeping a date with me on the program, Icons. And the storyline is giving value to the society and, of course, making the society a better place for us all to live in. Today on the program, my guest is Dr. Tabusaid Osabo, the MD CEO of Twisted Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center, giving us he wasn't about being born with a golden spoon or a diamond spoon, a silver spoon. But I think he was pretty lucky because he was born in between a bronze spoon, okay, a wooden spoon and a bronze spoon. That's something to share about. So let's talk a bit more about how what gave you that conviction to start something on your own. A lot of people have visions, they have dreams, they have things they would love to do, but it ends in the realms of dreams. It never comes to reality. But where you are, was this like a dream, or how did you come about it?
Okay. Moving forward, how I started Twisted Osteo, which is now Twisted Healthcare. Yes, for the glory of God. We started in 2018 going into 2019. I was thinking I've always been thinking of settling down, but I didn't have money. So with my working field work and office work that I've done over the years, I was able to save some amount of money, which was not up to 500,000 naira. I saved for myself. So I now called my friend in Abuja. Asked Salama, I want to start up something, a business. He said, which business? I said, business in my life now. He said, okay. I said, should I start in Abuja? I said, Abuja is a big city. I said, okay. I said, but I'm looking at my state. I've worked some places in my state, but the people there are suffering of pain. And they just take drugs anyhow. Yeah. You don't even know what is therapy. Therapy actually works. So we were contemplating on it, and I just moved down to the. So I saw a guy who was moving me around. He became a friend. His name is Bobby. I met Bobby, and I said I would like to see an agent in Benin. He said, okay, took me to Airport Road in Benin, and we saw an agent. So the agent took me to one building, just one building. So that was the building he has currently. So when he took me to that building, it was a duplex. It was an upstairs. And that building had no staircase. Because it was a duplex, the staircase was inside the building. And the ground floor was already occupied with a pharmacy.
So how do you access the building?
How do I now access it? So I said, okay, I will construct a staircase
to that building.
From outside. You can see determination.
Wow.
I didn't have money. So the money that was with me, I now worked a bit more. So that became 500,000. So I paid about 300,000 for the rent of that building. No, I paid 500,000 for the rent of that building because it was GRA.
That would leave you with nothing.
That left me with nothing. So when I paid 500,000, I called my sister. I said, I want to rent a building of 500,000. She said 500,000 at your age. What will you do? How will you get the money to pay? I'm just working by faith. So I paid, there was no money with me. So I went back again. I started hustling, looking for money. I got 300,000. So when I got that money, I
I called the neighbor to give me an estimate of what it will cost to do a staircase upstairs. So I got the quotation. I was started buying the materials bit by bit to fabricate the staircase. So the staircase was not too high. If you are claiming it's used iron, you really bah. So they did the staircase. We had access upstairs. So I did the front decks, which is the reception. Then I now did the office, my office. The office just had a table and a chair. And for me, I bought the table about 350,000. How did I get the money to pay for that table? It was my eldest sister that gave me a post-dated check to pay for the table. So I deposited 100,000 for the table, and I took the check. I met the man. I said, "Sir, please, I need this table. Help me with this. Before the date of this check expires, I will pay you." Wow. And he accepted the advice. Accepted. And my sister told me, "Don't allow this check to bounce because they will penalize me for it." Yeah. So that fear was with me. So I paid with that check. So he gave me the table. And that's the table I'm still using up to today. Wow. Because it's a massive table with glass on top. So when we brought the table in, the money finished. So it's like from zero. I want you to talk to me about how would you, sometimes when you are the person at the center of a conversation or the subject of the conversation, it is a bit difficult as a question to respond to, as in how would you, looking at where you're coming from, how would you assess the level of impact made in your chosen career, your chosen profession, as it were? I would say sometimes it baffles me. It baffles me. I just look back and I say, God, it's only by your power and by your grace. It's you alone that can choose someone and push the person, propel the person to do more. Over the years, if we have not given back to the society, we have given back to reached out to more than 3,000 persons. More than 3,000 persons. These are free privilege service to them. Not the one we have taken care of. So it will be the ones we have taken care of and the ones we have reached out to, say 7,000 to 8,000 persons. And we have treated them off pain, and we have brought people back for us. Like referrals. So there was a time we did a therapy on an elderly woman that had not worked for 2 years. We just did therapy alone. No drugs, no injection, nothing. Just therapy. And the woman came not working. So the woman started working. And as she was working, she was using a Zimmer worker to work. Later, she didn't work again. With the Zimmer worker, she was working on her own, and she threw the Zimmer worker. So she didn't know that they were actually recording her. So they were videoing her, and we posted it on our Instagram. That's how we went viral. So when we posted it on our Instagram, people saw the video was so excited. Somebody that had not worked for some time, she was working. She was, a lot of reactions here and there. Okay, that's cool. Talk to me about what are those core values you have imbibed over the years that have been very instrumental to your success story? And then I know you talked about your elder brother a lot, your older siblings, how they molded you and all of that. But if you were to look outside the family settings, who would you say are those people in the business world that have inspired you, that have motivated you to what you are today? What are those core values driving you in the journey of life? First of all, I'll say my rebel. Yes, my rebel Timothy. The presiding pastor of. Okay, I like this show is not bad. Okay. I like to know when people look at you today, they admire the heights that you have attained. What's the story behind the emergence of Trecent Osteo-Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center as the primus enterprise when it comes to treatment for bones, treatment for pains, as it were? I've already said this a number of times. You can take care of pains without drugs. And I can tell you for sure that within the context of Nigeria, the use of painkillers is one of the most abused set of drugs. People are feeling pain, stomach pain. They just go, off the counter, get drugs at the table. You say most times, you can deal with pains without the use of drugs. And then we're talking about that after the establishment or the emergence of Trecent. What are those values that you invite, that have sustained you, and how would you describe those who you look up to as mentors outside your family settings, as it were?
Okay. Trecent Healthcare, Trecent Osteo, was rooted in a non-drug, non-injection treatment. Just basically therapeutic, helping your body to heal again. The human body has the capacity to heal when it has rested and when it has undergone some certain therapeutic measures or process. We started, like I was saying, we started mid-2019, and when we started, that was when coronavirus just happened. As COVID-19. So COVID-19 spanned into 2020. Yeah. And like I said, I had to know. When we finished, when I bought the office table, there was no money again. So that COVID-19 brought a whole lot of chaos, a lot of fear in people's mind. While people were seeing disadvantage in that COVID-19, we saw an advantage there. I saw an advantage there. With the number of persons I have met, I have spoken to, educated, enlightened, and all that, they started reaching out to me. So, people were even scared of taking drugs because they cannot even go out to get drugs. They were sitting every day at home. Yeah. The whole country was shut down. Yeah. There was a lockdown. There was a lockdown. Yeah. So the sitting position, people just sitting and all that became so chaotic. Became pandemonium. Everybody just sit down, they were adding up. They were sitting in their house, no exercise, nothing. They were just sitting in their house, locked down. So they started reaching out to me. So when they reach out to me, I go to their house, do therapy for them, exercise them, and they pay me for it, and I come back. So I was doing that. I was really money for it. It's not like the money was much. They were just paying me little stipend. But the joy of doing it, that fulfillment, that people can still see, they can do therapy. So I started doing that over and over and over again. They were recovering. Even their immune system was already going down, being loose, they were crashing down. They were recovering. I had a lot of money to now buy a bed until some person started coming to the clinic. When they started coming to the clinic, there was no bed. So I had this nurse sitter in my office. So I did therapy on them, on that chair. that lost sitter. So after the therapy, they feel relief and they go back home. So they come back, they do another therapy, they feel relief and they go back home. Those stroke patients started coming. Okay. We started doing therapy on stroke patients. Manipulation, exercise, giving them exercise to do, and all that. I had, there was a time I didn't have a secretary. My secretary left because I was paying the secretary 11,000 naira. There. Yes. So, I don't know. We have some time, maybe for they don't want to work, I don't know. She now left. So, I will go to the reception and welcome the patients. Then I'll take the patient to my office, I'll consult the patient, and I'll take the patient to the therapy room and work for the patient. So when they will ask you, who is the secretary? I'll say, I'm the secretary. I'll attend to you now. You will still see the director, he's around. It's okay. I'll say, okay, let me take you to the director. You go to the office. When we sit in the office, I will tell the patient, welcome sir, you are highly welcome to Crescent SU. What is your challenge right now? Are you not the one that goes register me? I think yes, but I can still convert you. I'll convert the patient. They will still see the therapist. Let's go inside, I'll show you the manifest. So we went to the therapy, I'll do the therapy. Okay. You are very good. I said, yes. What are you going to have the secretary? I've not seen one yet. One just left, but another one is coming. And that was how I was doing. On the other secretary came. So it was stressful for me because I didn't have any money. I didn't have enough money. So I was staying in the office. I was sleeping there. So your office now became my house. Your house? Yes. Interesting. I could not go to the only sister I have here in the States, in the States. I couldn't go to her house. Transport was expensive, the stress was expensive, you know. So I wash my trousers, my shirts, just one trousers and one shirt. I had two shirts, one white and one blue, sky blue shirt, and one black pants trousers. So I wash it and I keep it. I iron it, most money I wear it. But I need to repeat that. I need to repeat that because it's very striking. Very striking when you look at it from the perspective that people don't realize that there's a time for everything. There's a time for life is a process. Exactly. Whatever level you want to attain in life, you got to take your time to go through it and get to that, topmost position to be able to achieve that. So you saying after you go to the office first, you pay for the table, you get the accommodation, then and then you couldn't even afford an accommodation to live in. You have to stay in the office with your two pants and one trousers and two shirts that can be washed today, you wear tomorrow, then you wash it, dried, iron it, the next day. Exactly. Then my house was one short joggers, a short combat, and a white vest. That was my whole room. So I wash these things, iron them and keep them. Then I didn't have money to be going to see my sister, so I just stayed in the clinic, in the office. Because every time I go there, I'm out of cash. So what helped me? I will come there. What helped me? One day I was sleeping in the office. They didn't know that I was inside the office. So Ambreba came. Oh, yes. So they were breaking the door. Already, there was a burglary at the back of the door, the entrance of my office. They didn't know that. They didn't know that. So they were breaking. They shouted, "Who is there?" They said they are army officers. I said, which army officer will visit you at 2 a.m. at night? So they kept on breaking the door. So I ran into the ceiling to go and hid myself. So when I ran upstairs, I entered the ceiling. When I used to climb the ceiling, I scattered it so that they will know that I've entered the ceiling if they eventually come in. So they break in and break in and break in, they didn't succeed. So it was making too much of noise, and there are people living around. Then they came to my rescue door. So they left. So the next morning, I came down. That day, I still walked in that place. This happened in Yama, and the GRE.
Thank you very much. It's been worthwhile talking with Dr. Taibosait Osabo, the CEO of Tristan Osteoorthopedic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City, giving us insight into his life journey and things to expect in the next decade. I want to thank you for availing us your time. Thank you so much. Well, that's a wrap on Icon to while it lasted. You can follow for more on our YouTube channel. Please post a comment there, and of course share this video. There's a lot of lesson to learn from it. Apply this to your everyday life, to your business life. You'll be the best version of yourself. I'm Sonny Duke Okosu, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Good afternoon and thank you for joining us on the ITV News for noon. I am Lawrence Osifo. We'll bring you some of the stories we're tracking for you at this time, where the Senate has linked the rising insecurity in the country to a growing culture of indiscipline, while calling on the National Orientation Agency, the NOA, to intensify values restoration effort within the citizenry. The resolution followed the adoption of a motion titled "The Growing Menace of Indiscipline in Nigerian Society," sponsored by Dachong Mwangan, Senator representing Plateau North. The lawmaker expressed concern over what they describe as increasing manifestations of indiscipline across different sectors, including traffic violations, public disorder, vandalism, workplace misconduct, political intolerance, disregard for lawful authority, protocol breaches at public functions, and the reckless use of social media. The Senate also warned that if left unchecked, the trend could further undermine national security economic growth, educational advancement, social stability, and democratic governance. Speaking on the motion, the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, said indiscipline remains one of the root causes of criminality, banditry, and other social vices in the country. Akpabio urged the National Orientation Agency, the NOA, to strengthen public enlightenment campaigns aimed at promoting discipline, respect for rules, and responsible citizenship, especially among children and young people. The leadership of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, the NDC, has dismissed allegations that the recently conducted Presidential and National Assembly and Governorship and State House of Assembly primaries were marred by irregularities and also imposition of candidates. In a statement issued in Abuja on Thursday, the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC National Secretary Morgan Enekwezu also said that the criticism of the primaries stemmed from the ignorance of the party's constitution and guideline, as well as deliberate attempt to undermine the party's growing influence. Morgan stated that the party should instead be commended for adopting a consensus-driven approach aimed at reducing dispute and fostering unity among members. He added that aspirants who disagreed with recommendations made by stakeholders or caucus leaders were given the opportunity to test their popularity through the democratic process. And Ekwezu also further said that party's affirmative actions policy had encouraged greater participation of women in elective offices, while also seeking to protect and support 7 lawmakers. The NDC, which received its certificate of return of registration on February 5th, 2026, has since established structures from the ward to national level, held 2 national executive committee meetings, and conducted nationwide primaries for various elective positions. Independent television and radio has been commended for adding much value to youth development, especially education and discovering of raw talent, as well as nurturing them to stardom. The commendation was handed down to the communications giant when members of the special event committee of the station visited the APC candidate for the Uredu Federal Constituency seat and founder of the Paddy Iyamu Foundation, Dr. Paddy Iyamu. The report is presented by Ikmomusa Ugiagbe.
The Special Event Committee of Independent Television and Radio was at the office of the APC candidate for Oedo Federal Constituency to interact with him on sponsorship for the 2026 ITV and Radio Interschools Quiz, Debate and Essay Competition. The leader of the team and Deputy General Manager Programs, Independent Television and Radio, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, commended Dr. Iyamu for his consistent investment in education through the Paddy Iyamu Foundation, as the foundation's scholarship and education support programs aligns with the objectives of the annual ITV and radio competition. Dr. Okosun formally says the Quiz Fiesta, which has become a global household brand, engages over 2,000 pupils and students from public and private schools across Nigeria and has for years raised a new generation of critical thinkers, public speakers, and academic champions.
An inter-schools quiz debate and essay competition will be incomplete without getting someone like you to partner with us for us to achieve our aims and objectives. So that's why we're here, basically.
Dr. Paddy Iyamu appreciated the committee for the visit and reaffirmed his commitment to education and youth empowerment. He pledged to study the proposal and assured that the Paddy Iyamu Foundation will continue to partner with initiatives that invest in the intellectual capacity of young Edo people.
Dr. Paddy Foundation will be with you about the planning of this program, and I will be physically present. Education is a principal tool that we can use to change the world of the presidency, and I think that we are talking about insecurity, we are talking about some of the vices in the society today because people are not educated.
The 2026 ITV and Radio Interschools Quiz, Debate and Essay Competition is scheduled for 3rd July 2026 at Ehizwa Hub and Event Center, Airport Road, Benin City. Ikmomusa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Some farmers in Benin City have expressed concern that food security in the state cannot be guaranteed if the killings and kidnapping of farmers continues. Jonah Omorowa, who sampled opinions of how food security can be sustained, brings us the details.
A few days ago, the United Nations warned that approximately 35 million Nigerians are at the risk of acute hunger and food insecurity during the 2026 lean season. This severe threat is primarily driven by persistent insecurity in key agricultural regions, occasioned by herdsmen attacks, killing, and kidnapping. It is against this backdrop some farmers in Benin City are calling on the Edo State government to empower farmers and traditional leaders to tackle insecurity to enable farmers to go back to their farms. They said no farmer would want to risk being killed or kidnapped on his farm while trying to make a living by producing food for the country.
Issue of insecurity in Nigeria doesn't go well with us because one, we the farmers, we are the one paying the price most. And the farmers are suffering too much when it comes to this insecurity matter. We can fight insecurity on our own. If given the enabling environment, we are going to the farm. We hold our gun.
I suggest for government, both state and federal, local, they should empower traditional rulers from each community. Those traditional rulers to empower community police by themselves. So when they do that, I think insecurity will also be tackled like that.
I'm spending more than 800,000 every month on security. Otherwise, people won't have been going to farm. Where I farm. If the government want to help, they should first think of the overall security, not mainly farmers. If there's security everywhere, then the farmers are also involved.
The United Nations projects that nearly 3 million children under 5 are at the risk of suffering from severe acute malnutrition in Nigeria. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The Osun State Police Command said it has launched a probe into the attack on the Accord chairman for the Osogbo local government area of the state, Asimiu Ajibola, which left him battling for his life at the Osun State University Teaching Hospital in Osogbo. The command, in a statement signed by its spokesperson Abiodun Ojilabi, said the incident occurred on Wednesday at about 9:50 p.m. in the MDS area of Osogbo, when two armed men riding on a motorcycle repeatedly attacked the victim in an apparent attempt at murder. Ojilabi added that upon receiving the distress report, the command immediately mobilized tactical and conventional teams to the scene. Condemning the incident, Ojilabi said that the Commissioner of Police of the state, Ibrahim Gutang, had ordered a high-powered investigation into the incident. Also reacting to the incident, Osun State Government, in a statement signed by the Commissioner for Information and Public Enlightenment, Kolakbo Alimi, said Ajibola was currently in the danger list of the Uni Osun Teaching Hospital, Osogbo. The Commissioner urged the police not to leave any stone unturned in unearthing the masterminds of the dastardly act. From Osun to Ekiti, where the All Progressives Congress, the APC, has pledged to run peaceful and issue-based campaign ahead of the forthcoming governorship election in Ekiti and Osun states. It also reaffirmed its commitment to stability, responsible political engagement, and credible electoral processes before, during, and after the polls. The chairman of APC, National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Professor Nentawe Yetwada, gave the assurance during the courtesy visits to the British High Commissioner to the party's National Secretariat in Abuja on Thursday. Professor Yetwada's Special Advisor on Media and Information Strategy, Abimbola Toki, in a statement also said that the British High Commissioner, Dr. Richard Montgomery, announced that the United Kingdom would deploy election observations to Ekiti State and Osun governorship elections to support credible polls. Professor Yedwada, while receiving the High Commissioner, described Nigeria's stability as highly important, not only to Africa but also to the global community. The APC chairman also noted that Africa's largest political party, the APC, remained a benchmark for political organizations across the country. And talking business news, where oil prices fell to about $3 on Thursday as investors bet on a possible easing of tensions in the Middle East following hopes of a wider ceasefire deal that could eventually lead to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. According to statistics, the decline came after Israel and Lebanon said they had agreed to implement a ceasefire, a development that raised expectations of possible diplomatic progress involving Washington and Tehran. Iran has reportedly made any agreement on conditional in part of the end of the hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah, the Iranian-aligned group in Lebanon. The benchmarks had risen to about 2% on Wednesday after renewed Middle East tension, including reported Iranian attacks of Kuwait and U.S. military strike near the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Russia's Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak said on Thursday that Russia oil production has fallen since the start of the year due to unplanned refinery maintenance, marking the first time a Russian official has acknowledged the decline. In Nigeria, however, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, the NNPCL, recorded over 70% rise in revenue and profits. The Dangote refinery also benefited from high fuel export, but the masses are enduring higher fuel prices on ending inflation. Talking sports, where Rivers United Football Club team boss was involved in a road accident. The players and club officials were traveling to Oka in Anambra State for a Presidential Federation's Cup Round 16 clash against Nasarawa United when the incident occurred. The encounter was slated for the Oka City Stadium in Anambra State on Sunday. Rivers United later confirmed that while some players and officials sustained minor injuries in the accident, there were no fatalities or life-threatening injuries. They also announced further updates regarding the team's travel plan, and the status of the Federation Cup's fixture will be communicated in due course. That's the size of our package of some of the news round we're tracking for you at this time. Do well to join us again at 3 p.m. for the World News. I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. Good afternoon.
And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her, now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
people barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Owan is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owan traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Owan was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwan. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
àrùnyùmù. Arọ́rọ́ àrùnyùmù. Arọ́rọ́ àrùnyùmù. Gbó ní kẹrẹ kú yóò gbó. Ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀dọ̀ bọ̀rẹ̀ tó ẹ̀dọ́ ní kẹrẹ kú yóò gbó. Orí ọba ní ká.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits.
This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secrets to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owan traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place for living, the name Owan was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwan. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
ITV, certainly the best.
sí. Alọ́rọ̀ àrùnyùwò. Alọ́rọ̀ àrùnyùwò. Alọ́rọ̀ àrùnyùwò. Bọ́ọ̀dì kẹrẹ̀ kú yóò gbó. Ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀dọ̀ tọ̀rẹ̀ tó ẹ̀dọ́ ní kẹrẹ̀ kú yóò gbó. Orí ọba ní ká.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits.
This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in the events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremugebros and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Owan traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place for living, the name Owan was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
ITV, certainly the best.
A very beautiful afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us on the program Talking Business, another Friday for us to take you around what's happening globally and what's happening nationally around the economy and the business world. I am Lawrence Osifo, your anchor, and it's a great pleasure to have you join us again on the show this beautiful Friday afternoon. Top of it, we're going to be looking at this afternoon on the show. It's the price of crude oil in the international market, even as the Middle East conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran begin to ease down a little bit. What has the prices of crude oil been in the global market or the international market since the start of the conflict on 28 February 2026? We've seen how prices of crude have skyrocketed from $65 per barrel to as high as $118 per barrel, coming down, fluctuating between prices stabling around $100 to $108. But it seemed like there's been a little bit of reduction as of yesterday. This is coming from the global oil price market. Let's start with that this afternoon on the program. The oil prices fell by $3 on Thursday as investors bet on a possible easing tension in the Middle East following hopes of a wider ceasefire deal that could eventually lead to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and the Suez Canal. According to the report, the decline came after Israel and Lebanon said they had agreed to implement a ceasefire, a development that raised expectations and possible diplomatic progress involving Washington and Tehran. Iran has reportedly made any agreement conditional in part on an end to hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah. The Iranian-aligned group in Lebanon stated Brent crude futures dropped to $3.20 of 3.27% and $94.61 per barrel on Thursday, while the U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude fell by $3.71 of 3.86% to 92.31 barrels. The benchmark has risen to about 2% on Wednesday after renewed Middle East tension, including reported Iranian attacks on Kuwait and U.S. military strike near the Strait of Hormuz. The report has it that the United States and the Republican-led House of Representatives has approved a resolution on Wednesday aimed at blocking President Donald Trump from continuing military action against Iran. However, the measure would still require the Senate approval and two-thirds majority of both chambers to override the likely veto of the president. Meanwhile, Russia's Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak said on Thursday, that Russian oil production has fallen since the start of the year due to unplanned refinery maintenance, marking the first time of Russia's official which has acknowledged the decline. In the United States, crude stockpile also recorded a sharp draw. Data from the Energy Information Administration show that inventories fell by 8 million barrels to 433.7 million barrels in the week ended May 29, 2026, for above analysis expectations of a 4 million barrels drop in the router pool. Oil traders said that the combination of easing geopolitical tensions and fear and shifting supply data continue to drive volatility in the global crude oil markets. In Nigeria, however, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, the NNPCL, recorded an over 70% rise in revenue and profit. The Dangote refinery also benefited from higher fuel exports, but the masses are enduring higher fuel prices, threatening inflation in the country. To the electricity sector, where the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, the NEROC, has approved a special compensation package for eligible Bande electricity consumers affected by the poor power supply arising from generation constraints on the national grid between February and March 2026. In a public notice issued on its office on Thursday, The Commission said that the directive was introduced following a significant generation shortfall across Nigerian electricity supply industry, which prevented electricity distribution companies from delivering the minimum service levels guaranteed to Band A and customers in the first quarter of the year. It stated that the NEROC stated that the issued directive number NEROC/2026/002 on the special compensation of Band A customers arising from grid generation constraints to address the situation. According to the Commission, the directive was introduced in recognition of the significant generation shortfall experienced across Nigerian electricity supply industry between February and March 2026, which affected the ability of distribution companies to meet committed service levels for some Band A customers. It is explained that the supply disruptions were largely caused by factors beyond control of electricity distribution companies. The shortfall were largely attributed to inadequate gas supply and vandalism of critical gas transmission infrastructure. The factors beyond the direct operational control of the DISCOs and Commission stated. Under the directive, the compensation scheme covered the period of February 2026 to March 2026. The NEROC said that customers connected to Band A feeder that recorded an average daily supply of between 18 to 20 hours during the period would continue to be compensated under the existing framework. It stated that where a Band A feeder recorded an average daily supply between 18 to 20 hours, the existing compensation framework under the addendum number NEROC/2024/003 shall apply to both maximum demand and non-maximum demand customers. The regulator also introduced the special compensation for Band A customers connected to the feeders that receive less than 18 hours of electricity supply daily during the affected period. According to the directive, affected Band A feeders will not be downgraded during the cover period. It added that eligible customers would receive compensation based on their customers category. For non-maximum demand customers, the NEROC said they would receive compensation equivalent to 20% of the approved February 2026 energy capitalization application to the affected feeders. Similarly, the Commission stated that a maximum demand customer would receive compensation equivalent to 20% of the average energy billed per MD customers in February 2026. It also explained that the prepaid customers would receive compensation through token credit, while postpaid customers would receive compensation through adjustments in their electricity bills. The NEROC further directed the electricity distribution companies to complete compensation for February 2026 not later than May 31st, 2026, while compensation for March 2026 must be concluded by June 30th, 2026. The Commission also introduced measures to protect customers and consumers to ensure that beneficiaries receive the full value of compensation. It stated that distribution companies are prohibited from offsetting compensation credit against the existing customer debt, adding that customers must be clearly informed of the value and period of compensation received. Reaffirming its commitment to customer protection and market stability, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, the NEROC, said that it remains committed to protecting electricity consumers and customers while ensuring the stability and sustainability of the electricity market. The Commission added that it will continue to monitor the implementation and verify compliance by distribution compliances to ensure all eligible customers receive the compensation due to them. Correspondent report that the DISCOs collected about 600 billion naira from customers and consumers in the first quarter of 2026, according to the latest industry data released by the regulator, despite persistent challenges in the power sector. During the quarter, the Nigerian Independent System Operator, the NISO, provided operational data illustrating the scale of the shortfall, noting that thermal power plants requires an estimated 1,629.75 million standard cubic feet of gas per day to operate at optimal capacity. But as at February 23rd, 2026, actual supply stood at about 692,000 million standard cubic feet per day, representing less than 43% of the required volume. In their various platforms, the distribution companies have repeatedly appealed to customers, attributing the outrage to gas shortages. However, some Nigerians have reportedly improved in power supply in the past weeks in some area, while power supply is still a threat in other parts of the country. We'll take a short break now on the show. When we return, more information for you. Stay with us.
Edo State.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying with us on the program. Moving on, where the federal government debt repayment exceeded the 2025 amended budget allocation by 1.90 trillion naira in the first 9 months of the year 2025. Fresh data from the Budget Office of the Federation have stated. The 2025 data third quarter budget implementation report showed that the total debt-related payment, including domestic debt, foreign debt and sinking funds, rose to 12.63 trillion naira between January and September 2025, compared with the prorated budget provision of 10.74 trillion naira. This represents an overturn of 1.90 trillion naira, standing at 17.65%. The pressure was driven mainly by debt service, which stood at 12.52 trillion naira in the first 3 quarters, against the prorated allocation period of 10.45 trillion naira, showing excess spending 2.07 trillion naira of 19.8%. A breakdown showed that domestic debt service gulped by 6.23 trillion naira, exceeding its 5.39 trillion naira provision by 832.42 billion naira. Foreign debt service also rose by 6.30 trillion naira, surpassing 5.06 trillion naira allocation by 1.24 trillion naira. The figures indicate that 67.2% of the federal government's retained revenue of 18.63 trillion naira was spent on debt service in the first 9 months of 2025. When the sinking fund is included, debt-related payment consumed about 67.8% of revenue. This means that every 100 naira retained by the federal government between January and September 2025, about 67 naira went into debt servicing, while 33 naira was left for salaries, overhead, capital project transfers, and other obligations. The report also showed that aggregate federal government revenue underperformed the budget by 12.03 trillion naira, of 39.24% as actual revenue, and 18.63 trillion naira shortfall between 30.67 trillion naira budgeted for the first 3 quarters of the year. In the third quarter alone, the federal government generated 7.70 trillion naira, below the quarterly target of 10.22 trillion naira by 2.52 trillion naira, of 24.64%. The budget office attributed the weakness largely to persistent oil revenue shortfalls despite strong non-oil collections. The debt burden also crowded out capital spending. Total expenditure also stood at 3.10 trillion naira in the first 9 months, far below 17.58 trillion naira budgeted for the period. This means that debt-related payments were more than 4 times capital expenditure. The report stated that the debt-to-service ratio remained elevated and one that fiscal space was constrained, requiring urgent revenue mobilization and expenditure rationalization. Overall, aggregate federal government expenditure stood at 24.66 trillion naira, below the prorated 41.24 trillion naira budgeted of 16.58 trillion naira. However, the composition of spending showed that debt obligation took priority over capital releases. We'll wrap it up in the manufacturing sector, where Nigeria's manufacturing sector recorded a sharp decline in foreign capital inflows in the first quarter of 2026, that is January to March, as total capital importation into Nigeria surged to its strongest level in recent period. Data released by the National Bureau of Statistics, the NBS, showed that the production and manufacturing sector attracted $152.27 million, accounting for 1.47% of $10.37 billion total capital imported during the quarter. This represents 50.7% decline from $308.93 million recorded in the fourth quarter of 2025, highlighting weaker quarterly investors' appetite for industrial production. However, inflows were 17.2% higher on a year-on-year compared to $129.92 million in the first quarter of 2025, indicating modest annual improvement. Total capital importation rose at 83.8% year-on-year from 5.64 billion naira in the first quarter of 2025, driven largely by portfolio investment and other short-term inflows rather than long-term productive capital. Portfolio investment remained the dominant driver of inflows during the quarter, while manufacturing, agriculture, and infrastructure collectively attracted only a small portion of total foreign capital. Foreign direct investment FDI stood at $135.08 million, representing 1.3% of the total inflows, marking a decline of more than 62% from previous quarter despite a high slight on a year-on-year increase. Manufacturing stood at $772.45 million in 2025, underscoring its continued importance despite volatility and volatile quarterly performance. The decline comes amid persistent structural challenges including high energy costs, infrastructure gap, logistic constraints, elevated borrowing costs, and foreign exchange volatility, which continues to weigh on investors' sentiment. Industry stakeholders have repeatedly called for stronger policy support to attract long-term capital into productive sector and support Nigeria's industrialization drive. Overall, the data underscores the continued imbalance between rising portfolio-driven inflows and weak investment in the real sector. While foreign capital into Nigeria is increasing sharply, manufacturing continues to struggle to attract the long-term funding needed to support industrial expansion, job creation, and economic diversification. On my own part, I think the manufacturing sector should be given the needed and the necessary support. It is manufacturing that drives economy, not really politics. But the only thing we see in Nigeria most of the times, we base everything on politics, politics, politics. A country that does not manufacture, we tend to spend more. So if the manufacturing sector is crying that the first quarter of the year, just the second quarter has not ended, which is to end this June, they've spent so much in terms of manufacturing that is a threat to the economy generally. That's the size of our package on the show today. God willing, next week we'll be around again to give you more updates on the program Talking Business. I'm Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for being a part of the show. See you on the next one. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
I don't know. Tony kere kuyogbo. Ewa edo dorado, Tony kere kuyogbo. Orí ọba nìkan.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Of Itchings and Voices here on Independence Television and on radio. My name is Mamedu Rebecca and I'm your host for today. And first of all, I would say I hope it's not too late to wish our children a happy Children's Day. And we'll be continuing on the conversation that we've been on for a couple of weeks now, which is on inclusive education. And this is a special edition because this week we celebrated our Children's Day, which we will be here to also talk about the importance of education for children. For the past few weeks, most of our guests have talked about why inclusive education is more important than just integrated education for every child, most especially children with disabilities. And today, of course, we have our sign language interpreter, Cynthia Godwin-Aya, that will be doing justice to our hearing impaired community. And our guest for today is Mr. Kingsley Eromesele, who is a teacher in Iyogbe College. Welcome very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
It's nice to have you. Okay, so we'll go straight into the conversation. So with your experience, we know a lot of people have different ideology of what inclusive education means. But I want to ask you personally, what does inclusive education mean to you? How do you see inclusive education?
Thank you very much for that question. My own perspective of inclusive education is a system of education whereby learners learn in the same environment, irrespective of their person, irrespective of their disability, in view of what Federation of the Deaf, we also support inclusive education, but with a condition that it must be that inclusive education must be made culturally accessible to hearing impaired children, to the deaf children, with the use of a sign language interpreter to give them access to information, free access to their peers, because there is no way you can train a deaf child without including them in an environment where they have hearing counterparts and friends. That's how I see inclusive education as it relates to the deaf.
Oh wow, thank you very much, sir. So what would you say, aside from what you just said, can you throw more light on the exact importance on inclusive education for a child that is hearing impaired? Because you made mention of how culturally it should be made available for children with hearing impairment. So can you throw more light on the importance of it for children with hearing impairment, if you're specific now?
That the very first importance is that education is a fundamental human right. Every child, irrespective of the disability, should have access to education. But as it is, education is not fully accessible to some deaf persons. In Edo State now, for example, we have 18 local governments with only one secondary school that is accessible for the deaf, and we have 5 primary schools. So in that regard, education, we can't talk about inclusive education because it's not accessible to many deaf. Again, our children relate with their friends, they live and relate with other people in the society. Inclusive education, as the children are relating and mainstreaming with themselves, they learn to live independent life. That inclusive education is important to the deaf person because it will make them to see that the society is wider than what they think, because they have access to relate with other people. But if the school is segregated, it is possible that some deaf will not benefit from the importance of inclusive education.
Oh, wow, thank you, sir. And from what is said, are there some challenges that are perhaps particular to students with hearing impairment that maybe children with other kind of disability might not experience? Because since we've been talking generally on inclusive education, but now bringing it to students with hearing impairment, are there some challenges they face that maybe a child with physical impairment or visual impairment might not experience per se?
A child on wheelchair, for instance, can get admission into a nearby school, can look for a way to enter the classroom and learn with other children. But for a deaf child, cannot just gain admission into any school, whether the school is closed or the school is what the parents, is the choice of the parents. If that school does not have provision for inclusive education, a deaf child cannot benefit from it. Another challenge is lack of sign language interpreters. Without sign language interpreters, deaf education is meaningless. When we really want to talk about inclusive education for the deaf, it will mean a situation whereby everyone can sign. For example, I, as a teacher, if as a teacher in a deaf school, imagine a hearing child, for instance, coming to gain admission in a deaf school, and every person in the school, the learners, the teachers, they are all signing. How will that hearing child benefit from education in a deaf school? So it is the same. That's how a deaf person also feels, being in midst of others who can hear, who can talk, but they cannot hear and talk. Again, lack of technological devices can also affect deaf learners in an inclusive system. The deaf, they cannot hear, but they depend largely on what they see. But if you go around, you will see that they don't even have technological devices for teaching them, even in schools where you have sign language interpreters. No projector, no pictures, no. Again, some children have hearing aids. They were given as gifts. Some of them do not know how to use it because they do not have access to audiologists. The schools are very far from the homes of our deaf children. Now that we have one deaf school in Benin City, some of our students live at Saple Road Bypass, some live at Oluku, some live very far away from school. Leaving the house, no matter how early, they will arrive school tired and late. All these are challenges that the deaf are facing in an inclusive system. I know that deaf education is expensive. The money you will use to train 3 hearing children is not enough to train one deaf child because of these challenges. A parent came to me last week sharing the daughter's story that the child is looking for admission into a higher institution. I referred that parent to Ilorin, where the child will have access to facilities that can help him or her to learn. I did not mention University of Benin. I also mentioned University of Calabar and University of Ibadan. But I couldn't mention University of Benin because I know that we do not have the facilities there. There was a time I visited the Dev Primary School. I saw more than 5 parents sitting in the compound, and I asked them, "Are you people not going to work or to your business places?" The parents answered that they come to school every day because their houses are very far, so they will hang around until their children will close and they will take the child back home. Just imagine, they are supposed to go home in the morning after dropping the child and come back to pick the child, but just to ease the cost of transportation, they now decide to be staying in school until their children will close. So those are some of the challenges that we are facing in deaf education presently.
Wow, that is a lot, and some of the things are some of the things here are things that might not naturally or normally cross our mind. And from the first thing he said, he made mention of how one of the things we need are teachers that can sign. And I want to ask a question. So for education for children with hearing impairment, should there be a separation for sign language interpreters and then teachers, or it's meant to be like incorporated? Because a lot of times we talk about sign language interpreters and then we talk about teachers separately. Is it supposed to be like that, or most of these teachers are meant to be teachers that can sign and relate with children that have hearing impairment?
Please take the question again.
Okay, so a lot of times we have sign language interpreters, and when we're talking, we make mention of the need to have sign language interpreters. But now we need teachers for students with hearing impairment, teachers in maybe deaf schools. So are they meant to be two separate jobs, or teachers are meant to learn to sign too? I don't know if you understand the question.
In real practice, sign language interpreters are different from the teachers. I attended a program in Abuja that was organized by Gallaudet University. There we had some teachers who were deaf teachers, and we also had interpreters. They made us to understand that the work of the sign language interpreter is different from the work of a deaf teacher. So that is what it's supposed to be. But in real practice, when we have a sign language interpreter who can also teach, we bring them together. But in the real sense, they are supposed to be separated. But in Nigeria, we put them together, we mainstream them. In Nigeria, we are talking about inclusive education, but do we really have the facilities for inclusive education? No. So for that, personally, I recommend partial integration, whereby you have special needs students in the same school environment with regular students, but having their lectures in separate classrooms. Inclusive education, I fully support it in higher institutions, because at that level we have students who have gone through the process of a strong foundation from primary to secondary. Then at the university level, they would have gained enough skills and attitude that will enable them to cope in the same classroom with others. But for primary school, I do not recommend inclusive education for deaf, even at secondary level. In primary school, maybe junior secondary school, up to junior secondary school, you can have some students who will not be able to make a simple sentence, but it's not the same thing in the regular school.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll have to go on a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to continue from when we stop on the conversation. Thank you. Welcome back from that break. Like we were talking about earlier, so you spoke about how you would advise for children in primary and secondary school to have partial inclusive education, if I'm correct, and not full inclusive education for the need to be integrated properly.
Yes.
Okay, so but now talking back to the teacher, so what is like the ideal process for how it should be? Since he said in the real term it should be that the sign language interpreters are separated from teachers. So how is the class system going to be? Like, will teachers be teaching while we have sign language interpreters interpreting? Won't that like slow down the flow of like lectures for the students?
Thank you very much for that question. In the classroom, the teacher will teach with sign language. The teacher who understands sign language will teach using sign language directly. But if you now have another teacher who does not have the skill of signing, that's where the interpreter will also come up to interpret what that teacher is teaching. So in that situation, that sign language interpreter shouldn't be given a subject because the workload will be too much. So that person is just there to interpret, and for other communications outside classroom, the interpreter will come up to do the job.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense now. And I think there's a bit shortage in the teachers for the disabilities community, like teachers that are in the disability community. I can be corrected, but how can we integrate more teachers? How can we change the system and have more teachers who are well equipped to lecture in special education? Maybe teachers that can sign and all of that. What does he advise, or what does he think can be done to have more teachers be integrated into the system?
We have to start from school, encourage students to study special education. When we have more of our regular students, hearing students, having interest in studying special education, if they graduate, they will certainly come back to teach in a special school.
Other states may have it. Other states may have a lot than here.
Yes, if we want to check statistics, other states may have enough more special teachers than us. But here, as you said, we do not have enough special teachers. It's not everybody who can interpret that can teach, and it's not everybody who can sign. It's not everybody who can sign, who is a sign language interpreter also. Neither, we are talking about special teachers. We also do not have enough sign language interpreters in Edo State. If you go to our special school at Afuze, Auchi, Uromi, just visit the school. Just go there and see if we have enough special teachers or not. We do not have.
Wow. I want to know, what does he think? He made mention of the need to go back to schools, like school is the solution, maybe advising more students to go in the field of special education and study special education. What does he think about integrating it into like general schools? Now, it's a different thing if it's like special education as a course, but now special education as like a subject from primary, secondary, university. So it's like everybody is integrated into it instead of people just specializing on special education. What does he think about that?
So that would be a very welcome, that would be a plus to the deaf community. It's a welcome development. The federal government If the federal government can do it, it will be a plus. Where we now have sign language as part of our curriculum, should be a language that should be studied. After that, you now have students who will develop interest in studying different special education, so they will come back to teach in a special school. The government should also, apart from that, encourage teachers, because teachers are poorly paid. Nobody wants to go to school to study education. Let the government make the profession attractive to the younger ones, so that we can have more and adequate teachers in schools. Anything short of that, nobody will be interested in it. Yes, no matter the policy that we make, it can fail, because teachers will not implement the policies in the classroom because their welfare packages are poor. So let us treat teachers the same way we treat doctors, lawyers, and engineers. If we do that, you see a big difference. People will be rushing to study education courses, including special education.
Well, that's very true, because at the end of the day, we want to be able to feed and make ends meet from every single profession that we are in. So So I know we are still talking a bit about the teachers. Yes, we'll go back to children later on, but I want to ask one more question pertaining to teachers. Are teachers that focus on special education, are they segregated too? Is there like a segregation in the teachers? Because we are talking about inclusion generally. Is there any form of segregation?
He's asking if it's in form of salary or what?
In salary, yes, salary or any other thing.
Okay, in terms of salary, I would say that special teachers have special education allowance. But looking at the nature of their work, that special teachers allowance is not even enough. A regular teacher can just enter the classroom, explain within 15 minutes, 20 minutes, they are through. But a special teacher will enter the class. That same lesson, the teacher will not be able to finish it in 30 or 45 minutes. So the workload is different. You can never compare a regular teacher and a special teacher. So there is segregation. Even if it is a teacher for the visually impaired or a teacher for those who are intellectually challenged, you cannot compare the workload with a regular teacher. So the special teacher's allowance should be increased so that it will become more attractive. Just imagine a special child, a deaf child, coming to school at the age of 8 or 9 or even 10, no matter the age, without a language. The teacher will have to go and start from the scratch, teaching alphabet, teaching 1, 2, 3. It's not as easy as we think, because regular students at that age would have acquired some level of language, would have acquired even some literacy skills before coming from home. So it is not the same. You can't compare the workload. So government should work very hard to increase the teacher special allowance.
Okay, I had to make mention of that so we know what exactly we are facing and the different challenges even with teachers and not just with our students. But I would like for him to take us back a bit to, he mentioned assistive technology earlier on, and he made mention of the importance of children with hearing impairments to visualize things. Can you help us like to make mention of some of the assistive devices that students with hearing impairments might need?
Okay, a few deaf can make use of hearing aid. When I was younger, I used the hearing aid. With it, I was able to take dictation because my level of hearing at that time was higher than now, but now I can't. Hearing aid, before you use it, you must go through the audiology test to know the level of hearing and to know the suitable hearing aid for that particular person, not just to gift someone hearing aid and you expect the person to use it. Projector is also another technological device that the deaf can benefit from. It shows pictures. When that child sees the picture, they will remember the picture, they will remember the spelling, they will remember what is used for. So it helps them to learn a lot. Deaf do not learn in abstracts. The deaf also need audiologists. We have special teachers, but in every special school we are supposed to have trained audiologists for placement, but we do not have as it is right now. Smart board. Yes, smart board is something that the deaf can also benefit from, but we do not have it. There are speech to text devices, one of which can be glasses. Some of them are glasses, some of them are wristwatches, but for students they can benefit from glasses. Whatever you are saying, the screen of the glasses will just be bringing it out in text. Wow. The child can read it and see it, but we do not have it. So when they have such glasses, they don't need a sign language interpreter. If the language is in English as you are talking, the device will just be translating into text and the child can read from it and will know what you are talking about. But we do not have all of these, but these are the technological devices that can help a deaf child to learn.
Wow, this is very nice, because I think most of the time a lot of people think it's just sign language interpreters that can help a child communicate better in society, and just sign language. This just made us know that there is actually so much more to it. So I would like for him to, in a few words, like what can he say to maybe government, to people who can assist, and what word would he want to pass out to the government, people that can assist, even parents, when it comes to encourage them to maybe send kids with hearing impairment to school, and what way would he tell the government to assist them more?
Government should assist deaf students with scholarship. It will help many deaf to further their education after primary and secondary school. I'm in love with Ondo policy of education. As a student, every student from Ondo, they are all on scholarship, special students. Every year, they collect scholarship. All through my education, I never benefited from scholarship. Only the one I benefited was from First Bank. From my state, there was nothing like that. This will encourage many parents and students to further their education. For parents. For the parents, they should not relent. They should not be tired of encouraging their children to continue education. They can become what God wants them to be through education. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir. It has been a very impactful session in the studio today. Thank you for joining us. And in a few words, I would say that education is a leveler for every child. Every child needs education. From a child with hearing impairment, a child that is visually impaired, every single child needs education. So we are calling on to the government and to developmental organizations that can help even here in Edo State to make sure education is accessible for every single student. And remember, this is NAVID, Network for the Advancement of Persons with Disability, and we're bringing itches and voices to you. And I remain your host, Rebecca Mamidu. And remember, spot the itch and be a voice. See you next week, Friday.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Waiting they happen.
Franchise, how are you? Awesome.
I used to believe we were burning on the edge of
Just a Children's Day. Just a Children's Day. I was telling this club choreography on. This is colorful. Beautiful. And you see your display. Watch what you're going to like now. These are the children. And they're saying, welcome. Rising light. Beautiful. Children of the kingdom. Shining like the morning. What a wonderful display. All the children.
That and this year team, May 27, choose kindness, reject bullying.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waiting they happen.
Franchise, how are you? Awesome.
I used to believe we were burning on the edge of
Just a Children's Day. Just a Children's Day. I was telling this club choreography on. This is colorful. Beautiful. And you see your display. Higher, stronger. Watch what you're going to like now. These are the children.
that and this year team, May 27, choose kindness, reject bullying. That means to say, make you take kind to our children, then make you reject bullying. You go see I'm saying, for our houses, even for the school, bullying there for house, bullying there for school. But make we reject all this bullying and make we choose kindness. Goroti oye! Mara Goroti oye! Which school is this? Imagoro oye! Imagoro oye! Itakola oye! Itakola oye! Let's say I'll be champion. Stand up for the champion. You don't win again, oh. When I 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 don't win again, oh. Which school is this? Leisure College. For Upper? For Upper Sakova? For area for Upper? Leisure College. How are you today? What's your name?
Filament.
What class are you?
SS2.
SS2. This year team is choose kindness and reject bullying. Is there bullying in your classroom or in your school?
No.
Now what do you have to say to people, even your brother or your sister, even in school, who tries to want to bully someone?
They should stop.
Stop?
Yeah. Stop bullying, yes.
You prefer kindness?
Yes.
Than to bully her?
Yes. Okay, so we are going to advise that they should stop bullying because bullying is not good. You bullying your own fellow mates is bad, like it's seriously bad. You don't need to bully your own fellow mates because you both are friends. You got to stop it. So, on my opinion, I would say we got to stop bullying because bullying is bad. Okay, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Fantastic. My advice for this matter say, you know good more they bully children. You know your good more they bully children at all. There are other ways to correct children when they misbehave. The other way to caution them, the other way to correct them. So bullying is completely out of it. It's not part of it at all. It's completely out of it. So we must not bully our children.
This matter now, it concerns house too, for house.
Now house for start. Now house, now for start. When we finish for house, we will carry enter market. From market we carry enter street. From street we carry enter our schools. Mostly primary schools, junior secondary schools and senior secondary schools. So you don't go about the bully children.
So what if FCMS school authority do if they found any child they do this act?
The governor already, the Ministry of Education, they don't already put things in place. What to do to people when they bully children. They're already on it.
So much choose kindness.
Choose kindness over bullying.
Thank you. Correct. Stop bullying. Choose kindness in our house, in our school, primary school, secondary school. Choose kindness and stop bullying. Ogbe secondary school for the Ogbe wey we dey so.
Waiting they happen.
It feels
amazing. I'm very proud to be here. I'm thankful for the opportunity to represent my people. I'm a true indigene of Edo State, a true daughter of the soil. So it's good to be back home and to be a part of the Children's Day. I love children with all of my heart. So to be here, talking to them, inspiring them, it's more than an opportunity. I'm very thank you so much. She's making me a celebrity. Very happy. I'm feeling so happy. Happy today, guys.
Thank you.
Your side, I will never ever, I dedicate my time to you, mankind. That is not I don't plan, 'cause you be my dream for life.
What do you want to say?
I want to say thank you to the governor of Edo State for bringing this activity to Cote Park. I'm here to represent my school, Yogbe College. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Okpekolo, Monday, Apakomisa,
As you can see, this is a calisthenics dance choreograph display.
Just a Children's Day. Just a Children's Day. I was telling this man choreography on. This is colorful. This is beautiful. Can you see your display? Higher, stronger. Watch what?
Never be the same. This kind God, oh. This kind God. Let me hear you now. This kind God, oh. They say not to bullying. They say choose kindness. Which school is this? Amota. Amota, stop. Imagoro. Ora do que soy yo. Lari, ora do que. Choose kindness and stop bullying.
Respect yourself. Respect yourself. Respect yourself. Respect what? Don't bully.
Who do you have to say concerning this choose kindness and stop bullying? Is it in our school or in our house, or it start from our heart?
It start from our house. It start from house because when the younger ones they cause their elder one, mama and papa go they look them. From there they go carry and enter school. They go they insult themselves, insult their elder people. So that from house to start. They go carry and enter school. So for school now, we want to try to pick up from school.
So, but it dey happen for school. But you as a teacher, how una don take dey wan make una take stop this thing? Now they talk to these students.
We dey talk to them every day for assembly ground. We dey tell them the meaning of bullying. Wetin bullying mean? No be say you cause person that be bullying. No be say you push person that be bullying. E get some kind words wey you go tell person wey still be bullying. Wey dem no suppose to dey talk. Yes.
So you say that our house is for start.
Now for us, it was start.
We papa and mama dey start am.
Yes, so.
We no dey separate them.
We know some they fear their children. They fear to talk to their children. Say this one you do, this one is bad. And you know, say this day now we like say everywhere get as it be. As they give their food, they chop. Tell them they talk against say it dey bad.
What do you say? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes. That's what Sunu like. Confirm.
Shut up.
Waiting they happen.
What's this matter? Now very serious matter. I dey tell you, now very serious matter. Because you know what they talk say. Even me, I be lawyer, and I be child rights activist. You see, like what I dey tell them, they know they want here. Lion not the born snake. Most of these things now the attitude of the father for house. Now they carry come public.
No, barrister, activist. Say now we wait papa mama.
I dey tell you, now snake they born snake, lion they born lion. Abi you don't see where person plant cassava go reap cocoyam. Now what you plant, now you go reap. See me now, they see my children there. They look me now. Anything when you be, now your people children they copy.
That no me say I no fit discipline my children.
The best way to train your children, even the law don't stop all those beating of children anyhow. The best way to train your children is be the example they want to see. If you as a father you dey behave well, your children go behave well. But if you as a father you be courteous, your man are courteous, your children will be courteous.
No, papa and mama now they watch us online now.
Yes.
They watch us for television, for Facebook, for TikTok,
everywhere.
Now you dey start to talk say now from house from start before enter school.
In short, when we did primary school, they teach us for social studies say the first agent of socialization is the family. So most times that's why they say charity begins at home. Are you getting me? No place like home. Many parable dey about home. So to let you know, say background matter a lot. If you see long tree when long go up, wetin make am long because of the roots.
Okay, wetin can be bullying?
Bullying. Okay, bullying na very simple thing now. Bullying na when one pikin or one person they try to suppress another person. They try to force a way on another person.
For house or for school?
For anywhere. But for this one, we dey talk about school. Now we dey talk about here now. So the matter, the level be say, this thing is against God, it's against man, it's against society.
Bullying?
Yes, and it's against the person. As you dey so now, if me make the first wetin I want on you, you go like am. And the Bible say wetin no good for one, make we not do am for another. Because that is what they call the golden rule. What is good for one is good for another. Treat others the way you want others to treat you.
See your daughter.
You see that they look me here now.
Okay. You want tell me say if your daughter now do some kind thing, you know if you carry your breath, they whip her.
If me and you they fight for here now, my daughter see me next time when person interview, I go fight her now. So the best way to train children is not to beat a child, is to be the example they want to see. So because my children, no, they stubborn because they look at our papa, they look us. They look us. They watch the way you take the discipline. Once you know what I discover. Let me tell you what I discover. I discover say, do you know that talking they learner? You know say to waka they learner. To waka, pikin they learn to waka. Pikin they learn to talk. Now for study, research, now discover.
Okay, what will be the solution to all this thing?
Simple. If problem dey, you will go to the roots. The best place to solve a problem is to go to the roots. For example, when I travel go Israel, I discover one thing. For Israel, they use simple technique to solve difficult and complex problem. But for Nigeria, we dey use complex problem to solve complex technique to solve simple problem. If you carry this matter go federal government, they'll set up committee. When they set up committee, the members of the committee, all of them go get subcommittee. Then when they get subcommittee, you see for simple problem. So it is left for us to go back to the drawing board. Let parents behave well. Let parents behave like the standard of God.
No, make me and my wife.
Yes.
Make we behave well.
If you behave well, your pikin go behave well. Because lion in the bone.
My wife insult me for the presence of my children. I will insult her.
Then your children go begin insult themselves when they don't marry. Yes. Even my children, they tell me sometimes, I say, Daddy, we don't like the way you spoke to mommy today. I will carry my wife, tell her sorry for their presence. They go learn.
So many of us don't do too many mistakes.
Yes. So charity begins at home. I know the Bible talk, it say go and do likewise. So me they send you now, me you go do the same thing when I tell you.
I think this menace called bullying starts from the home. When the children, because if you don't treat your wife well, the children are watching you, especially the male children. When they go out there, they begin to treat the female children, their female colleagues in school, the way their father treats their mother. So charity begins at home, not outside. Parents should first of all teach their children how to love, teach their children kindness, how to treat others well. You know, when you love yourself first before you love others. So I think it has to start from home. When we teach our children right, when they go out there, they will behave right. Thank you.
Are you saying I cannot quarrel with my wife in presence of my children?
Yes, you can quarrel with your wife, but beating your wife, abusing your wife, verbal abuse, emotional abuse, financial abuse, they're all abuses. Do you understand? So you can quarrel with your wife, but not beating your wife, fighting your wife, or sometimes wife beat their husbands. Yes. So what I'm saying is this: charity begins at home. Let us as parents show good example, quality example of how to live this life to our children.
Let me be speaking for you. Are you trying to tell us now, say, now we, Papa and Mama, now cause this whole situation of this bullying with the carry go school?
Sometimes we, Papa and Mama, we they cause them, but most times our children go outside, they learn bad